Hey everybody, this is Rock Queens, everyone coming at July from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. How's it going? It's Thursday. How's it going? I'm back! I'm back. The last time I streamed was 3 days ago on Tuesday. And I've been going through a difficult time with my back, with my anxiety. Hi, Daryl. It hasn't been easy whatsoever for me. I'm here to tell you what's going on with me because you guys right now, Daryl, what's important right now is what I'm about to say, okay? We'll get to that when we get to it, okay? No, not you, Rick. It's Daryl with, No, you know what? Let's get to this at hand. Daryl, I'm mad at you, yeah, because it seemed like you were picking fights or being very. You were poking the bear, so to speak, okay? I don't like that. Rick. Is a good example of being a mod. And if you don't like what it is, oh well. And it is what it is, and that's it. I love you guys, okay? I truly do. I feel blessed to have this channel. All right? I'm creating a movement, not a brand, a movement. And I've been laying on this for a while. I've been sitting on something, except for my fat ass I'm talking about, okay? And that. On top of that, first of all, let me give you guys a cyber hug, okay, real quick. Okay? Cyber hug, love. Wait. Oh my God. All right, wait, hold on. Let's start over, shall we? Cyber Lovin'! That's for everybody. You get that cyber hug too. I will admit it. Travis, that's my husband, by the way. That was taken back in 2016 at Tulsa International Airport when I was about to leave Oklahoma back to Jersey. Good memories. All that. Hi, Tish. Maybe I should ban you, Rick. No, I'm only kidding. I'm having a hard time getting through this because of my back. It's maybe I should ban you, Rick. I have my finger right there. Right? No. All right. Hi, Lou. Nice to see you. It's been a real rough day, a rough couple days, and all that. I'm having a hard time getting through this. But like I told you guys, you're gonna see the good, the bad, the ugly cry, and the insanity and the pain. I've had my back issues for a long time, and it hasn't been easy because when my pain level with my back gets to a certain level, I go through panic attacks. And when that happens, it's like a double whammy, and then all chaos ensues. Especially when I don't have any insurance. We're working towards that. That's confusing in itself, so that causes anxiety. We're trying. It's you see me just woo. I don't want. I mean, I'm very open and honest about everything that goes on with me. And you guys know that from the get-go who know me. Thanks, Gunfly. So I just fan. Let me. Hi, Carrie. How are you? A fellow Okie, huh? LOL. How you doing? Cool. See, I don't. That's me and Jim back in 2016. Rick says government assistance is tough to get. Gotta jump through hoops like a circus seal. Only took me about 40 years to get my military disability. Gary, you used to put a smile on my face. My sister-in-law used to call me a Yankee, okay? And she passed away back in 2023, unexpectedly, all right? And when I saw that, where are you from? Where have you transplanted from? I'm from Jersey. Danny, I, even though I'm going through a lot of pain and anxiety and everything else, I'm still having a blessed day. Hi, Double Vision. How you doing? I feel broken, but I'm still 21. I'm still 21 forever, baby. Remember that. Thanks, Chad. Yeah, it can be, Danny. It can be. It can be. And it gets overwhelming. Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. Oh, man. How old was he and what did he die of? Danny, let me give you a cyber hug, okay? You need it more than I do. Trust me. Danny, I am so sorry to hear about your father. Losing a parent at any age is tough. And I lost my father when I was 16. So it's been almost like 39 years since he's been in my life, but cyber comforting love hug! It's getting better, Double. Oh, God. When it happens suddenly, Danny, that's what hits you. It hits you right in the gut. When you go through something like this, Danny, all right, like my father died of cancer, okay? He died from alcoholism, okay? And all that stuff. You expect him to die, okay? But when my father died, it was still a shock, right? And with that, I can imagine you're like, oh my God. Thanks, doctor. Yeah, it was. It was. It affected me all throughout my life. That's how I see it. But how I see it is my father, okay, even though he's not with me physically, and he made right with God, okay, before he passed. That he's living vicariously through me, through my sobriety and stuff like that. Hi, Mama Bunny. How are you? Cyber hack? What about cyber hug? That's better. Thanks, Danny. Yeah, it is actually. Wait, hold on. You want to see my cat? This was taken back in 2016, before we were married, and I came here to Oklahoma for 16 days. And then this was taken at the Tulsa International Airport, where I lost my boarding pass, by the way. Maybe that was planned, I don't know, subconsciously, but yeah. Are you good? Yeah. Thanks, Mama. It doesn't cost much at all. Hi, Heather. I hope you're doing all right. And I just want to say this too, real quick. Despite all what I go through in my life right now and stuff, I do pray for you guys still. Okay? You guys been blessing and in my life in so many ways. What's up, Red? Dishpan, Isaiah, oh my God. Hold on. I love you guys. Heather, I hope you're doing okay, all right. I hope your mother's holding in, and trying to not forget about her, but just to move forward and stuff. Cyber love hug. What is it? What is it? Cyberbug. What's up, Damage? Haven't seen you in a while. Well, good to hear. I'd rather hear about you guys than me talking about me, because this stream is not about me, guys. It's about you. You are creating a movement, not a brand, a movement. Okay? Where people like us, where we're sick of the white noise, we're sick of the negativity on YouTube. We're trying to be a community of positive change, to uplift each other, to support one another, to hear the good news too about everybody, to celebrate each other's recovery. Whether it be from addiction, mental illness, whatever. This is what it's all about. It's not about a brand. And hold on.
No. Don't ruin the moment, Vic. Now I gotta start over.
Take care, Heather, okay? If you need anything, just let me know. And Rick says hi.
Hello, Rick.
Hello, Rick. And all the cats. I wish I could show you all my cats. Did what? Yeah, we watched the one video. The one, hi, Roy, what's up? Poor J-Man. You just drained the social battery for the rest of the summer. Yeah, I do. I have Instagram. I try to get on it, but I. Roy, let me give you a cyber hug. Roy and everybody that just came in, I love you guys. You know I love you. God bless you all. And I'm just so glad to be live streaming right now. Thanks to my husband. So cyber love hugs for both of us, from both of us. You haven't been feeling well either. Mama Snoop, what's up? How's my little Snoopy Snoop? I guess the Guardians aren't playing. Cyber love hug! And we are gonna see the Savannah Bananas. We're gonna be like Thelma and Louise with the Savannah Bananas. Hi, New Hampshire. How are you? What damage? What's the brain disease? Maybe it's too much YouTube. I'm not saying it lightly. I'm sorry, but Yeah, Savannah Banana Baseball. We should all have a family reunion. Yeah, the Queens Light Brigade. We'll all meet in one Savannah Banana game and have fun. We'll fill up the stadium. How about that? Wouldn't that be a hoot? I haven't. All right, so I haven't been on, and I had to pray, guys. I've been on here for 23 minutes, and we haven't prayed, and all that. I'm so out of sync right now. It's so for those that are new here. The Queens Light Brigade, we pray in the beginning. It's our foundation. We don't require that you pray with us. That's our requirement. Just bring your positivity, your kindness. That's all we ask for, and respect. All right, so for those that want to join me in prayer, let's do this. And for those that are atheists or agnostic or what, I understand. But let's just have a good stream. Dear Heavenly Father, please let this live stream be a beacon for those that are struggling with drugs, alcohol, and or mental illness, that they can be shown the light and not be a part of the darkness anymore. Please have your presence be known, your love be known, and guide us in every which way to help those that are in need, uplift each other, and in the name of Jesus, we pray. Damage is like, no, I understand. I know you're kidding. I have FND, an early dementia, which with POTS disease. I think I need a neurological system is failing me and causing me to have organ failure. That's I'll be praying for you, Damage. Chicago West, what's up? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Mama Bunny says much. I just lost my grandma a few days ago, trying to reach out to my father, but he's off the grid with an addiction on hard drugs. I love praying with you, Queen. I'm sorry for messing up the prayer tonight. I'm going through my crap still, right? But it's not about me, guys. It's about you. It's all about you. Selena Girl was like the upcoming 79th original Ozark Festival in Eureka Springs, Arkansas will take place from Friday, September 4th through Saturday, September 5th, 2026. Well, I know that, Mama. But right now, if you only knew, and let me give you a cyber hug. I want to give you a cyber comforting hug and stuff. And I miss my grandmother and my grandparents and stuff. You know, and especially my grandmother from New Zealand. But Mama Bunny, cyber comforting love hug. See, I would like to go to that festival, actually. It's in Arkansas, huh? Do you know where Eureka Springs is?
Yeah. Isn't that in northeast Arkansas? Or northwest?
Oh, It's a Bigfoot festival in Arkansas. I'm drinking water because I'm. Oh my God. Damage. I'm still trying to get Jim to go on a Bigfoot hunting expedition with somebody. Rick's like, I know where it is. I went to the BBB a few times when it was held in Fayetteville, Arkansas. He thinks it's in southeast Arkansas or wherever. Damage is like, I don't know about Arizona, but there's at least one in every state. They are amazing. Not in Jersey. I'll tell you that much. Not in Jersey. They should have like the Jersey Devil Festival. And I should be the queen because a lot of people used to call me the daughter of the Jersey Devil. Now, you know. Well, Bruce the Bigfoot was around a couple of days ago. I wish Joe was here. Because Joe and fishing apparently were eating Hot Pockets without me. And fishing was supposed to pick me up. But apparently he was hanging out with Bruce the Bigfoot. Well, you had Jim, Damage. You had Jim. But there is Damage. There is a channel on YouTube called Monster 911. Now, he used to live in Cleveland, Oklahoma. He's a chiropractor. Well, he used to be. But he does all these interviews. He actually, a few weeks ago, he was invited to England to study the paranormal or whatever. So check out Monster 911. I'm sweating. Ohio is the original capital for Sasquatch. I can't even talk. I'm glitching out again. I'm glitching out again. I'm glitching out again. I'm glitching out again. Glitching out again. I can't talk. I'm serious. Neurological. Hey, I got that right. Sasquatch. Yeah, my brain's not glitching anymore. How about that? Woo-hoo. Jeff, what's up? How are you doing? Oh, Jeff, if you only knew. At least I'm laughing now and smiling throughout this whole day. I've been in a state of panic. My back pain was through the roof. My panic attacks were like, forget it. Hi, Smash, what's up? You smashing it up? Well, I like you too, Smash. But it's been a rough couple of days for me. It really has. And so Jeff is like, how you doing? My first meeting is tomorrow. Hopefully there's no drama. I'm gonna say something, Jeff. Okay? Annabelle, I know Jesus loves me because he saved me. I should have been dead years ago. I've been off crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. Okay? So I should have been dead years ago. And he loves you too. Yeah, Dave. I'm on. Hold. All right, hold on. I have to address Jeff. All right. All right. For those that just came in here, let me just give you a cyber hug real quick. All right. I needed to, believe me, guys, if you only knew. Cyber love hug! There. Bang! On that like button. You see, you know, I'm feeling better already. Thanks to my husband, by the way, because he's like, Vic, everybody's been asking about you. You better go on, even if it's 10 o'clock at night. Whoop. Hi, Mimi. How are you? Mimi. It's all about you, isn't it, Mimi? You get it? Like, I don't like it. Me. Cyber love. There you go. Sorry, you're crazy. It says in your name right there. But I think I'm even crazier. All right. I'm crazier than you, Star. Want to make a bet? And you've been on my live streams. You know how crazy I get. All right, Jeff. Tell me that you're here, Jeff. Damage is like you're doing well. The heat is hard to manage. Just give it a little time. I hope you get well. I miss your excitement. Thanks, hubby. No, you're not, Star. No, you're no. Don't start. And well, my husband's in the bedroom and stuff. But I'll give him a message because if it wasn't for him, okay, I wouldn't be on. And to me, the Queen's Light Brigade, I guess, was the best medication for me, right? No, you're not, Star. All right, so Jeff. I'm gonna say this, Jeff. I love you. You can do this. The only drama is in your brain. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like anticipation for something. Like if you go to a party and you don't know anybody in that party, right? And you're like, well, I wonder what they're gonna think of me. Oh, they're not gonna like me. They're not gonna like the way I look, and they're probably not gonna like the way I talk. It's internal tapes, Jeff. Real cigarettes. Not this. And they say, and you're not gonna believe this, but they say that when you smoke a cigarette, when you go through a panic attack, now it's nicotine, right? So it's a stimulant. But when you smoke a cigarette, right, and you're inhaling and exhaling and all that, it actually helps with your breathing with a panic attack. I'm just saying. Because I've been on the crisis line where I'm a Jersey smoke show. Literally. All right, with cigarettes, and everybody knows that. All right. I'm just saying. I know a smoke show means something different, but this is what I am, a Jersey smoke show. All right, so all right, guys. So, oh wait. Damn it, honey. Damn it says I have to go back. Wait a minute. Damage Incorporated says you're doing well. The heat is hard to manage at times. Just to give it a little time. I hope you get well. I miss your excitement. Thanks, hubby. He's just smiling right now. Well, what do you say about that?
Is he missing my excitement or yours?
No, you're not going to be just.
No,
go.
Vic, I'm going outside.
No,
Thanks,
I know,
Damage. Thank you.
You heard that, right, Damage? He didn't know what to make of it. I think that's what's stressing me out too, because I'm having a hard time getting cigarettes from where I usually get my cigarettes from, and all that stuff. And my shipment hasn't come in, and so I'm stressing out because each cigarette I smoke, I have one less, and then I'm like, whatever. But Jeff says, yeah, you're right. I really don't know how to help myself. Don't even, you know what, Jeff? I'm going to just tell you this. Don't think. Just do. Don't think. Just do. I wish you did have somebody, to go with you to the meeting. You are so wrong, Honda. You are so wrong. I am a day over 20. I'm 21. Yeah, 21. Yeah, 21 forever, baby. 21 forever with 34 years experience. And thank you for the compliment, Honda. Damage is like he's a good man without you. She can't be herself. That's not true either. That's right, Damage. Damage is like there's no such thing as try. You either do or you don't. I know, and you can ask Jim this. I always say, well, I try. And he's like, no, you're doing it. Like, duh. Yeah, but I try. Because sometimes it's like, I'll try, like, to do something nice for somebody. And then it screws up in some way or another. And it's like, I try. Like, whatever. Thanks, Honda. I appreciate you. And yeah, guys, guess what? My glasses are going to get an OF page. That's right. An OF page for my glasses. Only flames. If you caught that, but anyway. Damage is like, it's more comforting when you know you have someone to support you, so you can truly shine as you should. Well, that's a good one too. Or behind the shades. Or I said only flames. You know, whatever, but. Girl, you shine. You're an inspiration to many. Appreciate your recovery story and keeps me going on my road recovery. I was talking to my counselor about this today. Okay? And little by little, you guys, the Queen's Light Brigade is growing little by little every day. Okay? And it's like, well, why? Why? You know, I'm nobody special, okay? I'm not. I'm just like you guys out there that just want change on YouTube, that don't want to be a part of the negativity, that just wants to be the light of the world, to do, you know, nice things for people, you know, and uplift each other, and just be there for one another instead of just bumping heads all the time. You understand what I'm saying? Because more and more people are killing themselves. They're thinking about hurting other people. They're overdosing. They're relapsing. And it breaks my heart. But unfortunately, some addicts have to die for others to live, okay? I know, and this is what I'm talking about, okay? I need a drink. I need a drink. Whoop. No! I didn't mean to do that. Mitch, I'm sorry. Say something to me. Damage, and to all of you. This channel was a gaming channel, okay? And it started back in 2014. When I was on Xbox, putting clips from Battlefield 1 on it, okay? Or whatever else I was, you know, making clips of. Even Jim's videos, the music videos he made on GTA 5, they're on my channel. Okay? But I never thought I would do something like this. And it's because you're one that makes it mean more. And that's all right, hold on. I'm trying. All right. A lot of people, when they stream, they do it because of a brand. They want to be called a brand. I don't want the Queen's Light Brigade to be a brand. I don't want to sell merch as a brand. I want us to be enlisted in something. Like we're a real community. We are an army and all that that's fighting against the darkness and making, changes in the world by, giving our light away. And I don't understand. I understand it, Mitch. But it's like, why me? Like, God knew way before this what was going to happen with me. I was talking to my counselor about this today while I was going through my back pain, my panic attack, and all this stuff. And I told her, I said, my channel is growing. The Queen's Light Brigade, it's like more and more. And my whole big thing, I don't want to become a brand. I don't want us to become a brand. I just want us to be a movement. And I've been sitting on this for about a week. And I'm not talking about my fat ass either. Where it's like, because I told you guys from the get-go, I will not ask you for money. Okay? I will not. And now I have the opportunity to monetize my channel. Or the Queen of Light, well, my channel, whatever. It doesn't matter, all right? And I've been sitting on this for a week or more. And I'm like, no, I told you guys I'm not going to ask for money. Well, I'm struggling with this. Because I feel blessed enough in my life. I should have been dead years ago. Okay? And I don't want to take anybody's hard-earned money, or if they're on assistance, if they're on Social Security, whatever. I don't want their money. I don't. But my counselor said to me, well, actually, two counselors. Well, I shouldn't really be drinking this, but here I am. I even asked AI about it. My sidekick Sparks. And they said, hi, Iron, how are you? Thank you. Much love back to you. It's all right. Damage is like, it may have started as a gaming channel, but the Lord had a better journey for you, and it's working. You're doing good work for all of us struggling. Mama Snoop is like, I love you, Queen. I'm back and forth. Welcome back, Star. I love you all too, and you know that. And Damage, I'm going to say this. Ever since Mixer, God was really showing me the signs. Like, oh, Mixer is out? Okay, Rocket, this is what we're going to do. But I'm gonna test you. You're gonna stream Battlefield 1 or all your games and talk about your life little by little and see how that goes. And then, excuse me, hold on. And then what we're going to do is there's going to be an Embers for All program version 2 on Mixer. And what you're going to do is, because you doubt yourself, but you're going to do it anyway, you're going to fill an application to get monetized on Mixer for the Embers, right? And then, see, it was escalating. I know it wasn't your goal, but you're willing and able to provide is with honesty and compassion. Thank you. There's this song. I wish I was in my studio. And the reason why I'm sitting on the couch is right now I can't sit in that chair. But there's a song that it was on AGT, and this guy was singing this song called shoot, now I can't think of it. Damn. Why? You have to look at AGT. Okay? He's a black singer. Oh no, I'm not racist, okay? And he's singing God, what's that song? Oh, you know what? Believe me, Charles, he does run off. You don't have to, Rick. We can play with it. Believe me, he cries every time I'm out there doing a live stream. Especially with my megaphone, it hurts his ears. So of course Bruce the Bigfoot's gonna run off. All right, I don't want to get so caught. Like, really be behind on the chat, but this song meant a lot to me. No, I can't do it. Be original, Robert. All right, Carney, how you doing, buddy? I love you. Hold on. For those that just came in, let me give you a cyber love hug to show my appreciation towards you guys that are taking the time out of your night to join us. So, cyber love hug! No, it's not upsetting me. Damage. No, it's not. But it's. I get it. Oh, Ironhead's like I saw, and I actually saw a Bigfoot in Washington State in 2006, up close to. They exist. Well, Ironhead. All right, hold on. There's a YouTube channel called Monster 911. Write that down. Monster 911. This guy, he used to live in Cleveland here, in Cleveland, Oklahoma. I don't know where he's at now. I think he's in Oklahoma somewhere. He does interviews with people. Okay? Contact him and share your story with him. I'm being honest. I mean, go. Contact Monster 911 and say, well, I have a story that I like to share with you. And he'll do it on your own terms. Hi, Bonnie. How are you? No, no. It's Monster 911. It's with. Jim was here. The guy used to be a chiropractor. That's not him. You're. Thanks, roller skate. What's up, Philip? I'm back, baby. I'm back. Yeah, Jim's outside. He would know. And I don't know. Oh my God, Streamlabs, you're gonna drive me nuts. Roller skate, and for everybody that just joined, Philip, I love you, brother. I love you. Sorry, love hug. Hold on. I don't know what. What did. Damage Inc. was like Ironhead had one walk right up to me on the deck, just a few feet away from me. Scary but amazing. Don't listen. Streamlabs is his own troublemaker. Okay, I know you didn't do anything wrong. It's Streamlabs. It's Streamlabs. Not me, not Rick, nobody. It's just Streamlabs just being so glitchy and wonky. Okay? And I know it's a pain in the ass when that happens, but just let it go and just go with the flow and so enjoy the stream as best as you can. Hi, Fox. How are you? Healy, what's up? I'm not beautiful. I'm just from Jersey. Yeah, but some people are like, oh, Streamlabs. And, Pocahontas. I hope you're not, I'm not going to bring that up. Well, mine's a lot better than it was. How about you, Pocahontas? I'm going to say something, Fox Gaming. I used to have a CB radio. And my handle was Sly Fox. Now, back in the 80s, and this is before the song ever came out, there was a band called Sly Fox, but I had the Sly Fox brand name before they did. And they were from New York, and they came out with a song called Let's Go All the Way. Check it out. It's 12 a.m. here. I went an event today here in Ohio. Had lots of fun before my doctor's appointment. What event did you go to? Inquiring minds want to know. Damage, a couple of months ago, I had something happen to me where I had to have a tube up my nose because they thought I had sepsis. So, to me, that was a spiritual awakening. Another spiritual awakening, if you know what I mean. And damage, you should go to Monster 911. And if you had that experience, talk to him. He goes all over the world. And you know, hold on, I'm looking him up right now because all right, hold on. I have it. Now, his name is... I'm looking. I'm going to give you the description of the channel. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? That song, Let's Go All the Way. Let's go all the way. Ooh, let's go all the way. And it reached #1 too on Casey Kasem. For like 2 or 3 weeks or whatever. It was just... I'm so sorry, Queen. It's tough getting out there for us Gen X. Stay up on your health. Love that song. Yeah, it was a hit. It's very unique too. The 80s were great, right? So as far as Monster 911, Rick, if you could, I'll put it. So here's the description of Monster 911. Welcome to Monster 911, the creature podcast show that searches for true story encounters, giving a voice to those who have witnessed the unexplainable and need answers. This isn't just any scary stories show. I travel the country, I investigate, and I interview guests who want to share their sometimes horrific real-life creature encounter incidents with me. Being a seasoned investigator and outdoorsman, I dig deep into eyewitness accounts of creatures such as Sasquatch, Dogman, and other mysterious air, sea, and land cryptid creatures. Putting on the Ritz. So his name is Lance. Hold on. If you go to Monster 911, you'll find like his X account, Facebook, Instagram. He has, and he joined YouTube back in 2017. And hold on, I'm gonna do this. Oh, I can't do that. I was gonna... Rick, if you're still here, or Ian Phillip, can you just put Monster 911's YouTube channel? Thank you, Rick. I love you. Chewing gum, what's up? What kind of chewing gum are you chewing tonight? Damage, yes. Casey Kasem was awesome. Well, there's another channel too called Professor of Rock. And Casey Kasem is pretty much his idol. And that's a good channel to go to. It's like a flashback going back into time, like in a time machine. Pokemon, thank you. Let me give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug. It's all right. I don't want to keep you up. But thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate you. Hey, Matt! Did I miss the joke? Tell us a joke, Matt. I'm sorry if I'm not like a Kim Kardashian or a influencer that you might love to have OF relationships with. You know what's not going to be missed? Matt. You know what's not going to be missed is you. You know why? You know why that is? Because bam! You're out of here, buddy. You're out of here. So, you're not going to be missed. Oh, my God. And he gone. I got, play with these guys sometimes, I'll find you tomorrow and talk more. Night. Hopefully I will be on tomorrow. I hope. Have a good night, sweet dreams. I appreciate you. And damaging is like my mom is young Waya Cherokee, the First Nation, First People, and we believe Bigfoot, our brother, our big brother and protector. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you too. I'll talk to you later. Thanks, Dad. So, Butterfinger, who put their hands on your Butterfinger? That's not even. That doesn't even sound right, guys. That sounds very X-rated. There was a commercial way back in the 90s or whatever, and Bart Simpson says, nobody's going to put a finger on my Butterfinger or whatever. That is so... Evil Rick's like, yeah, you stepped in that one, Rocket. How are you, Butterfinger? It's nothing special. Trust me, it's nothing. I'm just a washed up junkie from Jersey that was a heavy metal band back in the 80s. I'm just nothing. Yeah, no. These are... Hold on. This is my guys from prison. We are... They are my brothers, and they're not in prison. They're the band prison. Check out Prison. They have powerful messages with their songs about addiction, mental illness, and all that stuff. I actually had permission to use two of their songs on my stream when I do that in my when I do it from my Wildfire Studios. And Damage is like, girl, you're more than nothing. There's many of us that appreciate your honesty because you're everything to a lot of us. Oh my God! Are you serious, Damage? Oh my God! I love their rendition of the Led Zeppelin song, Good Times, Bad Times, whatever. And so-and-so was in that reality show that was supposed to be a super group with Baz, with Sebastian Bach, with Ted Nugent, with Scott Ian. You know what I'm talking about? Damn it, you know what I'm talking about, that show. It was on VH1. I actually record hip-hop songs in there. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Back in the 80s, we used to hang out together a lot. Okay, he's a pretty boy. He's a diva, and all that. But he actually he still has a voice, not like Bon Jovi. Okay, not like Vince. Yes, that's it. It was called Supergroup. Baz actually ended up running Rap Star on MTV. Here's a heavy metal guy wins first place in a rap contest. Sorry, yes, I do know what you're talking about, and they are amazing artists. Yeah. And Baz also did a Celebrity Fit Club with Janie Lane. Well, separate seasons, I think. He had his own show on MTV, Bad Mother Trucker. That didn't last. Hi, Mike. How you doing? You were born in 58. God bless you. But I think 1971 was the best year. You know why that is? You know why that is? Because I was born in 1971. Where are you from, Mike? (1967), huh? Roller skate. Jim was born in 1967. The 70s were good, right? They were the best too. The 70s and the 80s. Even the 90s, when you really think about it. But (1971). What came out in 1971? All right, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest came out in 1971. I'm 56 in this avatar. Well, you can say I'm 21. Join the 21 club, baby. It's better than the 27 club. Right? I should have that. The 21 club. Yeah, music's not like it used to be, guys. It really isn't. But you can still find awesome music on YouTube. You just don't have to know where to find it. Like Jim likes the band All Them Witches and also King Buffalo. Well, way to go, Mike. K-Frog is like 80s, 90s were the pinnacle of life in the Western world. 70s were a tad depressing. No, I have not. Have you been to the U.S.? So what are you going to do for your retirement, Mike? Inquiring minds want to know. In fact, you know what? I'm going to congratulate you. You know how am I going to do that? I'm going to give you a cyber love hug. Cyber congrats love hug! Sit on the beach a lot. Hold on. Where are you from, Mike? All right, wait. Well, God bless you too. Florida? Well, I should not. I knew it was probably Jersey. How's it going, Miriam? Where are you from, Miriam? Are you by Fort Lickerdale? I won my first wet T-shirt contest in Fort Lickerdale when I was in my band. Utah? All right, Miriam, are you great fans of the Osmonds? Like Donnie and Marie Osmond and all that? What's up from West Palm Beach, Florida? Daytona Beach. I know Jesus loves me, Miriam, because I should have been dead years ago. I've been off cracking heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011, and I feel blessed. I feel blessed. The gift of recovery keeps giving back to me. But in order to keep my recovery, I have to give it back to you guys. So it's a win-win situation. You're in Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. What's up with that, Lindsay? Way to go. How about that? High five there. Bam. Hi, Delphi. How you doing? Lindsay, I got something for you. Just by you sharing your story, just by sharing your clean time, it's inspiring others to get themselves clean. So I'm proud of you. Keep on keeping on. So for Lindsay, cyber recovery hug! Miriam's like Psalm 14:1. I bet, right? You'll miss it. Awesome here. What drug of choice were you on, if I may ask? The Queens Light Brigade, I'm going to say this real quick. The Queens Light Brigade is a community of recovery, whether it be from drugs, alcohol, and mental illness. You can be in recovery from mental illness, like say, well, you know, I haven't had a panic attack in 6 months, or I haven't been doing the rituals with my hand washing with OCD. That's recovery, by the way, guys. American, sit back, relax, and just enjoy the show. Opiates? What got you started on that, Lindsay? You don't have to share your story if you don't want to. I understand, because if it might trigger you, I don't, you know. But maybe it's good to get that part of that story out. Percocets when I got a tooth pulled. I don't know why that happened. How old were you, Lindsay? Miriam's like, my father was in drugs for 20 years, started at 17, ending at 35, still alive. And he's so sober, right? Well, God bless him. You're 57 right now, but how old were you when you got your tooth pulled? Well, I have a relationship with Jesus Christ. That's why he got me to where I am today. Because my relationship with Jesus Christ is getting stronger and stronger and stronger as each day passes, when he shows me the way and to be like him. I'm not a saint, okay? I'm not. I don't pretend to be either. But having a relationship with Jesus Christ made me a better person, and it's making me a better person. When you were 15 years old, yeah, that's usually what happens. No shoot vaccine. I actually like your name. Well, Weezer, I'm going to say this. Actually, open up a Bible, read it, and try to have a relationship with Jesus. I hate to say do that, but I'm doing it. And Lindsay, yeah, you are a miracle, just like everybody else is on this channel with the Queen's Light Brigade. Do you go to meetings? And you quit vaping? I tried. Alright, so I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. Okay, I still go through my depression, anxiety, panic attacks, back pain issues, or whatever. Okay? But I still can't put down the cigarettes. You know, I can't. And my doctor said that people in recovery, often cigarettes are the last to go. What's up, Drake? What's up? No shoot is like I was an IV heroin user with dope in 2010. Well, way to go, no shoot. So how did you get yourself clean and sober? Hold on, just by sharing your story like that, like I told Lindsay, you're inspiring others to get themselves clean. So you are a miracle today. So I am so proud of you, no shoot. Okay, keep on sharing your story and be the light. Because people need to hear your story. Just like Lindsay's. So Cyber Recovery Love! Yeah, I tried to do the vape thing, and I called it my Robo-Sig, because it looked like it was a metal thing. Like a robo, I couldn't get used to it. But vaping is the same as smoking cigarettes and stuff, and plus, you don't know what they have in those juices or whatever. So, no shoot says I went to prison, I lost my daughter, and it straightened me out. Oh no! First of all, I know what it's like to be. Well, I never went to prison. I went to jail. Like I've been, you know how addiction is. It's, it leads you to three things: jails, institutions, and death. We don't want to be there because we'll be fucked. But hold on. Oh wow. Delphi's like, you guys are all great, hard stories, but the strength you hold is abundant. Yeah, for an infection. Yeah, you got abscesses, right? my heart goes out to you. Because you see all these channels that exploit addicts, like in Kensington, Oregon, Portland and San Francisco and whatever. And you see, like these addicts that are out there where they're just I'm so sorry. But it could have been a lot worse, right, Lindsay? Right? Roller skate, it's like so great to know you are doing well. You're amazing. I'm so sorry, Lindsay. Lindsay, are you clean now? It was the most powerful, nastiest thing ever. Yeah, but they have a prosthesis for you, right? Like you went to rehab for your left hand? And you're right about that, Dave. Yes. Yes. Addiction is demonic because you're on the dark side of things. You pretty much abandoned God. Okay? And you dance with the devil, hoping that you're not going to die. And that's not the only thing that's demonic, Dave. It's this world. It's becoming more demonic, more and more and more. That's why I created the Queen's Light Brigade. It's not a brand. It's never going to be a brand. It's a community that we are trying to create a wildfire change to diminish darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, guys, but we're going to fight like how to get rid of it. Yes. But you're not on it now, right? No shoot? Oh, you were on for 2 years. Listen, when I'm going to tell you something with me, all right? I've kicked dope a handful of times, more than that probably, all right? Someone was in jail, all right? But for me, I didn't go through the Suboxone or the methadone or any of those things. It's not a miracle drug. They always claim to say, "Oh, this is gonna help with the dope and with the opiates and this and that and what." I knew what I had to do for myself, and that was go cold turkey. Not with the help of Suboxone but everybody has their own recovery journey. Whatever gets you there. And that's right. You have to want it for yourself. For me, who mentioned that you went to prison, right? and you lost custody of your daughter. Hold on. The consequences of my addiction were I lost custody of my son and my daughter. My daughter got adopted out of the family because my mom couldn't take care of two kids financially and emotionally. Okay? She feels bad about that, but we still had a relationship ongoing with my daughter. Okay? With me, I had signed. I had signed my rights away as a parent to my daughter so she could have a better life. Because in reality, I was still using. I couldn't give her a better life. I couldn't take her to recitals or whatever and stuff. Okay? It was the hardest thing I had to do. But I love my daughter so much, that's what I did for her. But that also gave me more of an excuse to use and fuck up my life even more. You know what I mean? Do you know how it starts? It's like, oh, I feel like a failure. I feel guilty, and I'm a loser or whatever. And then you pick up and use, right, the drugs or the alcohol or whatever, right? And it's a vicious cycle. And then you feel guilty about using, and then it's like you feel more like a fuck up and all that stuff, right? I don't blame my mother. My mother used a lot of tough love on me. Okay, I don't blame my mom. She did the best she could. And she was going through her issues also. She's codependent. She lost her parents too close together. You know that. You know, and financially she couldn't do it. You know that. I need a drink of water. I'm getting hot here. I have no contact, and that's another thing too. Wait. No shoot. Cheers. Bam. Bam, 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 bam. Cheers. Instead of John Monster here. Cheers. See, when I get passionate about things, you can tell by the way I speak and just by even sweating, I guess, right? How's it going, Easy? Back in 2017, where are you from, Easy? You're just showing, that's a good thing. California? How's California working for you? We're not into politics on this channel and stuff. Just like with me. No shoot. How is Jersey working for me? I'm glad I left when I did. And Easy, I'm not trying to make fun of you and stuff. I'm just trying to be an icebreaker. That's all. You know, it's tough for everybody, but for the cities on the coast, like the states on the coast, you guys have it harder. Okay? But as far as my daughter goes, I left Jersey in 2017. And my daughter has her issues still. Okay? And so I have a grandbaby. She had a daughter, right? Who is actually being raised by her adopted parents. So there's a pattern there, okay? All right, so I don't know where my daughter is, but all I know was before I came here to Jersey, I just glitched. Before I came here to Oklahoma, she sent me a text message, and I wish I saved it. And you know what? There is a program where I can go to and actually look for a deleted text message or whatever. But so she basically said, "I hope you become a better person. I was toxic, but she's the one that said to me, well, I need you more in my life, you know, and all this stuff. And here I'm trying to be a parent to her for the first time clean and sober, you know, fully in 2011 when Ed passed away. My husband passed away 15 years ago. And then when I was trying to be a parent and telling her what she didn't want to hear, that's when she slammed the door in my face. Saskatchewan, what's up? How's the weather up there in Canada? What's up, Bama? Bama Mama? Hi, Tom. For those that are new here, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. And the only reason why I stream is not to be famous, because I already have my 15 minutes of fame. Not to make money off this. It's to help others by sharing my experience, strength, and hope that you too can get off drugs and alcohol and have a better life and manage your mental illness. So, let me give you guys a welcome cyber hug. I do that in appreciation and love for you guys. Here we go. Cyber welcome love hug! Even if people aren't kind to you, you just keep going. Sometimes I'll have fun with the trolls. Ask Rick. Sometimes I think he's the troll and I block him by accident, but he hates vertical, by the way. Give props to Rick, Evil Rick. Is charging your voice. I'm going to tell you something, dog. This voice is a voice of reason. I've had a life. Okay? I get annoyed by my voice, I'll admit. But at least I'm not 6 feet under. I have a blessed life. And some people even think it's sexy. I'm just saying, it's fun. Oh my God. And believe me when I say this, even when I whisper, my neighbors can still hear me. How often are you on live? Well, for the past, last time I went live was 3 days ago. And the reason why I haven't been on for the past couple of days is because of my back. I was going through severe panic attacks, ongoing panic attacks. I've been dealing with insurance issues, and trying to get my medication. And I just needed to step back. And thanks to my husband, you have to thank my husband for this. He's like, you know what? You need to go on stream. You need a live stream because you need a cyber hug. And I'm like, no, and I still don't feel like it. Well, they used to call me vicious back in the day because, believe me, I was. Thanks to the drugs and alcohol and stuff. But Lindsay, I try to go on every day. Today was thanks to my husband. He gave me that little nudge to come on here. And I'm going to make some guys, and don't tell my husband this. He was right. Shh. It's between us. He was right. So, shh. And I get that too, shoot. I understand that. Because when I go through what I go through with my back pain and then the panic attacks, it's like a double whammy, right? And it's like running a marathon, right? And it's like, you just want it to end. And that's why sometimes I end up in the ER to get relief. I'm gonna ban you, Dish. Oh my! I thought you were my friend, Dish. I can't trust you, Dish. Not anymore. I can't. Oh my God, Dish. Keep on keeping on, Lindsay. If you need anything, and I mean this, email me. You can find my email in my bio. Okay? I love you. All right, hold on. Lindsay, cyber love hug. I love you. Keep on keeping on. You're doing it, girl. You're doing it. God bless. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. This, I'm going to kill you. I mean that in a good way, too. You guys were my medicine for tonight. You know, because when we get together, when the Queens Light Brigade gets together, we talk about the serious stuff. We have fun with the trolls sometimes, right? Good night, Dave. Thank you again. Carissa says, hello, I've been watching for an hour, but haven't said a thing. Okay, thank you so much. I love all you guys. How are you, Carissa? No, Carissa, hold on. Let me welcome you, okay? And I get cyber hugs out because I appreciate you coming in, right? Even if you've been lurking for about an hour or whatever, I don't care. And to show my love towards you. Cyber love hug to Carissa. Oh, Amia, what's up? When did you come on? Amia. Amia. I love you, Amia. How are you? Yeah. Don't you feel so good about that? Cyber love hug. I haven't been watching the World Cup. I just can't watch balls right now being kicked. You get it? Balls being kicked? Hold on. All right, hold on. Why, Dish? All right, hold on, Carissa, wait a minute. So Carissa says, I've been through a lot and I don't even know what to say. Kind of down, but you're lifting me up, so thank you. Much love to you, Carissa. Life can get hard sometimes. It really can. And sometimes, for people that do have people in their life, but they don't trust them. You understand what I'm saying? Or maybe they think they're going to judge them by saying what they're saying. I get that. I think everybody goes through that. So Carissa says, I lost my mom and father both to an overdose. They aren't here anymore. Me and my brother and sister are all addicts too. No reason yeah, I know what you're talking about, Dish. Chris, I am so sorry. Man. Lost my mom 2 years ago. She took a fake Percocet. All that was fentanyl. I hate hearing that. How you doing, boy? It's like I miss the catch up all the morning tuition so I can watch the game whole night with neighbors and with my dad. Oh, you played hooky! Ooh, naughty. All right, so hold on. Yes, I did. I'm trying. Carissa, do you use with your brother and sister? And first of all, I want to extend my condolences to you. Especially with losing both parents to addiction, because addiction is cunning, baffling, and powerful. Without help, it is too much for us. We can't do it alone. And I bet you part of the reason I don't know your situation. My son too is going through addiction in Portland. All right, and I think for you to be using with your brother and sister, you're trying to be closer to your parents. If there's something. I'm just talking to you from my own experience when I had associations with people that say maybe lost their father to alcoholism, or lost their parent, or lost their sister, and whatever, and they pick up the drug to actually be closer to them. And what? I'm not saying that's your. I'm just. I don't know your situation. But in order for you to get yourself clean and sober, you might have to separate yourself from your brother and sister. And if you feel like you're leaving them behind, well, I'm sure, maybe by you going to rehab and all that, maybe they'll follow, saying, oh, well, not to the same rehab, but you know what I'm talking about. And maybe follow suit. And maybe for a while, you guys can't be together, because a lot of times when it's people, places, and things, guess what happens? You're going to end up relapsing again. And I wasn't trying to overshadow your situation either, Carissa. I was just bringing up my son just to... Chris is like, I am so sorry, I'll pray for your son. I don't use with my siblings anymore, but I am never alone. I died, but the Lord saved me, and He is always with me. But you're not in recovery, right? And you're not alone, Carissa. To give your recovery a strong foundation, and I'm going to say this, even though people disagree with me on it, but to have a strong foundation for your recovery, you have to go... Well, I'm going to suggest this. I never give advice, okay? I suggest you go into detox and then into a rehab right after, okay? And work on yourself. And maybe go to a halfway house for sober living, and work your way up, not down, and stuff, so you can have a firm foundation. And it does get better, and it seems like it's overwhelming. It's like, oh, I have to go to detox. Oh, I have to go to rehab. Oh, how long am I going to go to rehab for? Oh, and then I have to go to sober living. Oh, fuck that. You see how the process is? I wanted to do what I wanted to do. But I was just sick and tired of being sick and tired. The drugs weren't working for me anymore. And I'm talking about sober living, not shelters. Because when I was still using, or I actually, when, hold on. Back in 2004, and when I really got serious, okay, about getting myself clean and sober, I lived with my mom for a while, okay? I didn't want to go back to that crack house. I didn't, because I know I was going to end up using it again, right? People, places, and things, right? So my mother said to me, well, why don't you go to Homeless Solutions in Morristown? Now, I'm from Jersey, by the way, all right? So, well, you would have to go to Homeless Solutions. And I'm like, Ma, if I go back there, I'm going to end up using it again. Because I, as a cop, I used to live in Dover and Morristown area, which is very big drug areas and whatever, okay? And I said, I'm going to end up using it again. Especially when you're depressed, you have no home, you know, you're with the riffraff and all that. Babs, if you haven't heard my story, or just you're just typing just to type, just get seen. And it does get better. So Chris is like, no, never. I am in recovery on methadone. I relapse here and there, but the highs are never good. So it's never far and in between. I'm doing a lot better these days, a lot. Carissa, I'm being empathetic with you. I've had associations, with people that were on methadone for a long time. They were on it for 20 years. Methadone is a synthetic heroin. A made oh God. I'm glitching again. I'm glitching. It's a man-made heroin. Okay? When you get off it, all right, it deteriorates your bone structure as a whole hell of a lot worse than heroin and stuff. I understand that, honey. I seriously do. I get it. But a drug is a drug is a drug, okay? And you're still, it saved you, but it didn't really help you from going back out there and relapsing, right? And my friend said to me, the reason why he was on it was, it saved him, okay? But also, and stuff, if he didn't have any money for the dope or the crack or whatever he was on and stuff, hey, it's methadone. Do you understand what I'm saying? This was Suboxone. You know, I understand that, honey. See, I'm old school. I'm not, and I'm going to say this to everybody in the chat. I'm not better than any of you guys. Remember that. I know what it was like way back when. Yeah, but the devil still has you. He does. He knows. And once he finds more of that crack in that armor and stuff, he's going to say, oh, let's have a dance again. Jeff, how you doing, Jeff? I feel like I live in a glass house and people continuously are throwing rocks at me. I feel if I put up a shield where the rocks uh, and stones can hurt me. Many people do not understand how that is. I'm going to say this, Jeff. It's healthy to put up boundaries. Okay? It is. I do it too. People have to put up boundaries, whether you're in recovery or not. All right? And sometimes when I'm trying to you can't be sheltered all your life. You have to live your life. Just like I'll do an example. I know it's a different example and stuff like that, right? When 9/11 happened, I almost died on 9/11. I had a friend of mine that died on 9/11. We were all fearful of what on that day, 9/11. But we had to live our lives. If we had to go to a NASCAR game, of course there was heavy security and whatever, but we lived our lives. I know you have a hard time trusting people. That takes time. And sometimes you have to risk certain things. Am I making sense? Where am I from? Guess, Sherry, guess. My cousin would stop methadone so he can get high, and it's a never-ending cycle. But you're one too, Carissa. I'm not. Maybe that's. Scratch what I said with that. You're still in the throes of it, Carissa. Yeah, because your tolerance is going up. That's why. See that? I'm going to say this too. But you still go out and use. I'm gonna say this. Right. And they keep you on that for a reason. Methadone is eventually going to kill you too. And if you go off it and then you relapse, it might be your last. And I don't know why Jeff's like, I trust no one the way no one can hurt me. Some people understand what I'm talking about and some people don't. It's a horrible way to live, but it's my way. And you have that right. But is it really helping you or hurting you? That's the question. You even said, well, tomorrow I'll go to a meeting. I'll thank you. I'm gonna go counseling and then I'm gonna go to a meeting. That's your intention. Right? And you're not in trouble, Jeff. But you are making steps, Jeff. You are making little steps here and there to trust people because you are, I don't know you and we don't know each other personally or whatever. You are still making steps. You know what I mean? You come on here every time I come on here so you can talk about or just sit back, relax, and just maybe take it in. Hi, Peyton. How are you? Welcome to the Queen of Life Brigade. What's up, Frankie? Frankie. How you doing? Let me give everybody a cyber love hug. Just for you being here, I appreciate each and every one of you. I love you all. So, cyber love hug! There. Yeah, but see, wait. I'm going to point out something to you, honey. Chris. When you say, well, I'd rather not say, there's a saying in AA and in NA where it's like, we are sick as our secrets. So if you're saying that, I'd rather not say, well, that's another topic. I'm going to say this, okay? When people are on methadone or Suboxone or whatever, when they get off the dope, all right, and they're on these miracle drugs to help them be clean and sober. It's hard to convince people or to encourage people to drop everything. Because in their mind, okay, and I was the same way. Well, how am I going to live without, these drugs? How am I going to function? You can. With help of AA, NA, maybe go to an IOP program where it's intensive outpatient. Sean's on it. No shoot. Right now, my son is existing, and I say existing, he's not living, in Portland, Oregon. He's homeless. He's addicted to fentanyl and meth. God knows what else, okay? And his ex-girlfriend, I have in contact. I contact her, she contacts me, whatever, right? No, he's not. I wish they would. Well, he ended up in jail a couple times, and all that. But I'll tell you something. A few months ago, his girlfriend contacted Jim, thinking it was my cell phone. So me and her FaceTime because I felt like it was morally right to support her because of what my son was doing. Okay? I want him to get help. I'm using a lot of tough love on him. But at the same time, I'm trying to help her or support her morally. Okay? There's a few times where, because she works, but their relationship was being very toxic because he ended up going off using drugs, and it was just complicated, okay? And so she would call me, we would FaceTime, and it's like, and she's like, well, I don't want him in the house because when he comes in the house, he smokes meth, he talks to himself, and I can't get any sleep when he's doing this, and I'm fed up with it. She was sick and tired of being sick and tired, right? So I told her, and yes, it is my son, I told her, well, the next time he tries to come to the house, call the cops. Because he's threatened her before also. All right? So we were FaceTiming, and all of a sudden, she says, he's ringing the doorbell. He wants to get in. I said, you know what? You call the police, and I'll call the police. All right? And I'm in Oklahoma here. All right? So I had to navigate through the Portland, Oregon police system. All right? And so I had her address and stuff like that. So, So I called them up. The dispatcher was nice and all that. Well, they were at the house, and he was nowhere to be found. He was like, Spider-Man or something, right? Just gone. He pulled a Houdini, right? So a week after that, we were FaceTiming each other, her and I. And he did the same thing at, say, 2 o'clock in the morning. So I said, you call the cops, I'll call the cops again. And I talked to a couple officers up there. Real nice. I told my whole story about my addiction and stuff like that I'm in recovery, whatever. All right? And they appreciate it. And they said, well, they do have an outreach program for the homeless. Well, they have several. And so this one officer gave my name to one other officer. And so an outreach person contacted me about Sean. And I told her, I said, can't you arrest him and evaluate him and have him court mandated to, go into a program? Well, that's all like, But eventually, Claire, his girlfriend did sign a restraining order on him because she had to. I'm not mad at her for doing it, and she's getting on with her life, even though at times it's difficult. All right, hold on. So Carissa's like, I have a life now. I function. I'm not gonna OD. I don't want life off of methadone. I used the real age for 16 years, so I need maintenance. Not for 11 years, Carissa, for 11 years? That's not maintenance. That is not maintenance. I'm not trying to yell at you or whatever, but that's not maintenance. You shouldn't even be on it for that long. Chris is like, I'm clean as far as I'm concerned, even though sometimes I do believe in some. Crying is like you're not clean then, Carissa. How you doing, crying? Listen to me. I hope you know from the get-go, I love you. Truth right there. No, you're in denial, honey. I'm not talking about the river in Egypt. Because they're enabling you. Doing methadone here and there is really the farthest thing from being clean. See, we're all recovering addicts. We've been there where you're at. And Crying Shame actually has a good example. Welcome back, Amia. it's hard to actually convince people that, especially when they binge drink, it's hard to convince people that they're alcoholics because they'll say, well, I only get drunk twice a year. But does it affect them, financially, lawfully, with their family and all that stuff? Let me ask you the question, Carissa. Do you work? So don't say you're clean. That's lying. And it's giving people who are actually clean and sober and actually putting in the effort to do it a bad look. Carissa, that's not clean. You've been a recovering addict for 11 years. I talked to the doctor and checkups by the provider by any program. Well, I'm an MIT engineer graduate. I could have been, but by the way, I used to hook up rigs and stuff. But anyway, and these doctors are enabling you. You know why that is? Because they're being paid. Exactly. What's up, Hornet? Yeah, but Jeff, 11 years to be on maintenance for being on dope. No. Like I said, I've had a couple friends. One friend that was on methadone for 20 years. 20 years! He still got high. And all that. What would I say? I think it's a shame. Unfortunately, some addicts have to die for others to live. But you're not hearing us. And you're not listening to us. Because you've been on this for 11 years. Hold on. I'm going to say this. Russell, you don't understand what I'm talking about either. It's the lessons learned that could be me if I could still continue using. I've had 2 friends that overdose. In my addiction, I saw both of them died. But when I saw that, I kept using. And at times I still saw them in my head. But that's the reality of it. Addiction wants you dead. Yeah, well, apparently you're hold on. And that's hard. But you're still self-medicating. Happy rat or try to you, Amia. I'm doing a lot better than I was, Restored. Thank you for asking. How about you? Thanks for joining us. Do words. I've heard about them a couple times, you know. Well, you tell me, Kenny. You tell me. You guys, we're gonna do this. We're gonna back all of us, okay? We're gonna back off of Carissa. You know why? You're not. I'm calling it right now. Let's back off of Carissa. No shoot. Stop. Let's just back off. All right. Let her share what she wants to say. All right, she came on here and said, well, I was watching you for an hour, and now I want to say something. And yet now we were trying to help her with suggestions, and we're trying to, like, really love on her. But there's that wall, and for us, I know for myself, I mean, my mom, the judge, probation, some of my other family members, whatever, they're like, you're an addict, you're an addict, you're an addict. Oh, no, 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 you're an addict, you know, whatever. And it's just like with me, I'm going to say this. No, I didn't. No. And well, yeah, I was. You're going to say what you're going to say. I've been there where you're at. I wasn't on methadone, though. But what I'm trying to say is this. Back in 2004, all right, stop, no shoot, stop. I'm going to use my example. And then we're going to drop everything. I love, first of all, and no. Let her go. I was going to use the example where when I decided to get myself clean and sober from the crack and heroin and from the alcohol, okay? I did what was suggested to me. Even though it felt overwhelming. I don't know if I was coming or going or whatever, okay? 6 months after that, fast forward, I got myself a new place. All right? But for some reason or another, I ended up drinking again. My justification was, hey, as long as I'm not on the crack and heroin, I'll be fine. Even though subconsciously I knew the alcohol was going to end up the same way as the crack and heroin. So from 2004 to 2011, which was 7 years, my alcoholism was getting worse and worse and worse. And I truly believe this, where I was drinking almost a 30-pack or more a day to keep away from the the crack and heroin. Dope bags relapse on alcohol because it's legal and readily available. This is coming from my own experience. Okay? And eventually, the alcohol was becoming a big problem. And it isolated me and alienated me from my family, my friends. I don't want to do anything. Because that's what addiction does. That's what alcoholism does. It wants you isolated from everybody. You keep on saying, I'm out, bye, I'm out, then do it. You don't want to hear us, you don't want to hear me, then, okay? I wish you the best of luck. I really do. God bless. But I know from my own experience that I justified me going back to drinking was, hey, at least it wasn't the crack and dope I was on. And I had people enabling me too. Hi, Kay, how are you? How you doing? Rez, what's up? When somebody comes on here, hold on, baby. Hold on, guys. I love you too, Jane. When someone, I'm going to say this, guys, okay? When somebody comes on here, and I'm going to use Chris as an example. When somebody comes on here and, you know, they've been lurking for a while, you know, just trying to feel the room out, I get it, all right? And they come on here and they share their story. Or maybe they share their struggles, like, man, I'm on, you know, I'm so on dope, maybe I need a rehab, maybe, you know, and they're sick and tired, but they don't know how to go about things. All right? And deep down, I really feel that she knows she's rationalizing, she's justifying, just like I did with the alcohol, okay? And almost killed me. We had to show people in Chris's position compassion, love. Yeah, we had to tell them the hard truth, because guess what? It will make a breakthrough eventually. Because I know when I went to meetings and all that, sometimes it was a total buzzkill when I heard people in my head saying, oh, you shouldn't be drinking. Oh, you know where this is going to lead to. You're right, going to end up in jail. Or, oh, you're... All right? So let the seeds marinate and all that stuff. I would talk to her. You know, I would. And these doctors too, they enable people. Do I have kids? Yes, I do. I have 2 of them. I try. I'm sweet, but I'm also crazy. And Carissa, you know, she can say whatever she can say. You know, she's, oh, you judge me, you do this, she's trying to deflect what's really being said. You understand what I'm saying? Like, she likes to just like, well, you're the problem. You're the one that judged me. I'm fine. I've been there too, just like many of us have too, that are in recovery. Hell, we aren't all crazy. So when the Queen's Light Brigade, when we have people like Carissa or other people, let's sit back, read what they say, okay, and go accordingly. And just identify and don't compare. She was doing a lot of comparing. Okay? It's not hard. It's hard not to be a little crazy. I'm insane! But I'm from Jersey. What do you expect? Okay? So just remember, when people are talking and stuff with, say, issues like struggling with drugs, or maybe they're struggling with mental illness, or maybe they're struggling with back pain or whatever, just be mindful, okay? And maybe identify on where they're coming from. No, Rez, not yet. Sorry, hon. I'm gonna be revamping this whole stream anyway, so I don't know yet. And if people want to become a mod, don't ask to become a mod. When I feel, along with Rick, by the way, feel that maybe you're trustworthy enough and all that stuff, okay, it's all in God. It's all in God's time. I love you, Raz. You know that, Raz. Don't. No. Yo. That was uncalled for, man. We were all assholes when we were drinking and when we were drugging and when we were in our little world of insanity. I know I was before my husband dropped dead. When I'll tell you this, the drinking got so bad. I'm going to tell you this. The last 6 months of my drinking, I was up to maybe 40 cans of beer plus Southern Comfort and whatever else and stuff, right? I thought the alcohol, just like the pot, just like the dope and the crack, was my best friend, my lover, my companion, okay? It alienated me from everybody. That alcohol, my disease, wanted to be with me only and with nobody else. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, my husband, Ed, that died 15 years ago, he was going through health issues himself. And there's plenty of times I said to him, "Oh, drop dead. You know, leave me the fuck alone. Get the fuck out of my house." What? Excuse the language, by the way, and all that stuff. But drop dead. Drop dead. I told him because I just wanted to be doing my thing with my alcohol and on my computer and all that stuff. Sean, my son, Ed and Sean were like a tag team, okay? And my son wanted to get rid of me out of his life too, because of my drinking and whatever, okay? I was very predictable when I got drunk towards the end. And you know what I was? An angry, bitter, condescending, all about me, drunk. So when my husband got sicker and sicker and sicker, okay, and he told me, along with Sean and stuff, he said, well, I had my blood pressure done, and it doesn't look good, because he got it done at the Pathmark Pharmacy. You know how they have this booth where you can sit down and do your own blood pressure and whatever, right? And I said, yeah, well, if you were that sick, you wouldn't be going to Georgia. You wouldn't be, you know, because we own our own trucking business, okay? Excuse me. So I said, well, you wouldn't be going to Indiana. You wouldn't be going to Georgia. You wouldn't be going here, whatever, right? All that. Well, he didn't tell me half the stuff that was going on with him. His pacemaker went off just up the street from where we used to live. When he was on, waiting for a load and all that, he actually fell asleep in the office, and they couldn't really hardly wake him up. They thought they had to call an ambulance and stuff. He was sick. He even told me, he went to the doctor. This was in October, and he died February 25th, 2011, okay? He told me, he said, you know what, Vic? If you want the alcohol, I'm not going to be your enabler anymore. You're going to get the booze yourself, which I did. All right? But there were so many times I said, just drop dead. He went to the doctor. They gave him antibiotics because he had a bacterial pneumonia. That's not good for people with heart conditions. And the doctor wanted him admitted. And he said, nope, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing on the road. Nope. January 15th. January 15th of 2011. He got up, went to work. He got me a champ sandwich at Quick Shack. And so he went about his day. So I had to call him for something. He didn't answer the phone. I told him maybe he's waiting on a load or what. I called him again. No answer. He called me from Dover General, which is the bottom of the hospitals, okay? Bottom of the barrel. But anyway, it doesn't matter, all right? I got a phone call. It was from him. I picked it up. And he said, Vicky. And this is how he exactly said, you know, Vicky, I'm in Dover General Emergency Room. They're gonna make me, I love you. Like that. Okay? I rushed down there and all that. He was scared to death. They had to incubate him with a ventilator, okay? And all that. He was scared to death. And I truly believe, because sometimes I'll watch his videos, like say of Christmas that year, or you know, or whatever. I truly believe he knew he was dying, and he didn't, you know, just by certain ways he was talking and acting, and he couldn't even move from this couch to say to that Led Zeppelin picture. Okay? Without getting out of breath. Christmas, it was horrible. Thanksgiving was horrible. It was just... So I made him a promise. I took his hand and I said to him, I'm going to quit drinking. I want to take care of you. I'll quit drinking. If you get through this, well, I'll quit drinking, I promise you. And I meant that wholeheartedly. Okay? Because after I said that, and I truly believe this, that Ed's energy went towards me to stay sober. God, there was a warm sensation that came over me. Because I said what I said to Ed wholeheartedly. A warm sensation came over me. That was God. God is real. God kept me away from that drink when Ed passed away. At least he got to see his last, or hear his last NASCAR race and all that. We almost lost him twice, all right? They had to do like an emergency catheterization and an angiogram on his heart. They did it in his room. Okay? Then the doctor tells us, well, he had pneumonia. He has pneumonia, and it's affecting his heart, and they put him in a induced coma, by the way, okay? All right. And we had to transfer him to Beth Israel in Newark, one of the best heart hospitals in the country, so he could have a heart transplant. Now, before all this, he signed a DNA which is a don't resuscitate order. Okay? That was his decision. I that was his decision. I respected that. Okay? I couldn't be there when Ed passed away at 4:30 because at that time Jersey had a huge snowstorm, a huge snow blizzard. Okay? But the doctor said to me, we have to transfer him to Beth Israel Hospital to have him get a heart transplant. So I went online to see how long this waiting period was. He wasn't going to make it. Okay? He wasn't going to make it. And even if he did have a heart transplant and stuff, he wouldn't be the same ever again. Because he loved being out on the road. He couldn't be a truck driver or all that stuff, okay? It would ruin him. That in itself would kill him. He wouldn't be the same again. And then he would have to take anti-rejection medication for the rest of his life and all that stuff. Okay? So I couldn't be with him when he took his last breath. But I kept to my promise that I would not drink. I was not going to drink. His family said, well, you better be sober at the wake and all this stuff. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you don't even know that I've been dry. And it is being called dry, by the way, because, from January 15th, I didn't drink, to February 25th, I was dry. God kept me away from that drink. I want to get so fucked up. I didn't. I didn't. Because I wanted to honor him. I kept my promise to him. But I also try to keep a promise to myself too. Because I knew within 6 months I would probably be dead. From alcohol. His whole family has heart disease. His nephew, okay, had a heart transplant when he was 18. He's doing good now. But his whole family had heart disease. All that stuff. And 15 years later, here I am, living the dream in Oklahoma. And I still believe he's with me. So, when people come on here, and this is what I'm trying to get at, when people come on here and say, well, I'm off cracking heroin, but I'm still smoking pot, or I'm still on methadone, or I'm still on... All right, I get it. But when somebody... I don't care. I mean, if I was on methadone, it would be the same thing. Do you understand? I mean, I was on methadone. I mean, I was on alcohol, but let's say I was on methadone. Being on maintenance for 11 years is not maintenance. It's just going through the motions. You're still trying to survive and not think about what happened in the past or whatever, okay? Because I still had a lot of issues I was dealing with when I was still drinking. About me. And my shortcomings and my character defects and my, you know. So I wasn't judging her. Maybe you know what? Maybe I was. I'll admit that. Maybe. Okay? But when I share my experience, strength, and hope, I do it with compassion. But there's a line that can't be crossed. That if somebody feels attacked by me sharing, you know, my experience, strength, and hope, or if they're feeling attacked, like, well, I don't want them to feel that way because I know how I felt when I was in their shoes. No, I'm from Jersey, baby. I'm from Jersey. This is how we talk. Not the kind of level of education you got. Just saying. Carissa, do you understand what I'm saying? You're welcomed here. Really? All right. I'm sorry. I had to shut the door. so be it. No, you didn't get blocked, Bigfoot. Shadow was like, hi, are you an AA or SM? I don't know what this is or what I've stumbled upon here. I like you, though. Hello, nice to meet you. Well, it's nice to meet you, too, Shadow. Hold on. For those that just came in, let me give you a cyber hug. I love you all. All right, and the reason why I give cyber hugs is to show appreciation and love to you. So, cyber love hug! And I'm going to say this. I did what I did with Carissa. Because I felt like she was really... And I don't like that either. And I know when I was in my addiction and whatever, I did the same thing. Okay? But there's a time where it's like, that's enough. And maybe she'll come back as somebody else. Who knows? But just have your thoughts and prayers go out to Carissa. Thank you, Shadow. No, Shadow, no. This does not replace AA meetings, NA meetings. The Queen's Light Brigade is a recovery community, but it's for people that are lost, that are struggling in life, that they're sick and tired of the white noise, and they just want to get out of the darkness. But if you're looking for online AA meetings, there's a site called intherooms.com. I go there. It's a place of recovery for everybody, whether it be alcohol, drugs, MICA issues, which is mentally ill, chemically addicted, and all that stuff. You know, we're a community that uplifts each other, supports each other. You know, we're there for each other when we're down. You know, so this does not replace AA, and we don't pretend to be either. We're just trying to make a movement with the Queen's Light Brigade. This is not a brand. We're trying to create a movement so we can create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. I'm doing all right. SC, I'm doing a lot better than this afternoon. So Sal was like, okay, no, I'm not looking for that. I was actually browsing on Facebook, I think. Are we on Facebook? No, we're not. We're not. You know what, Jeff? I'm going to tell you something, honey. Wait a minute. Hold on. You are helping yourself. You're helping others. You know, you're trying to trust others. You're giving yourself to others. Just like I give myself to you guys, and I share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys, that you too can have a better life without the drugs and alcohol and manage your mental illness. It's the same thing. What would I do for a Klondike bar? I don't like Klondike bars anymore. They don't make them like they used to. They're like that thin now. Jane, how old do you think I am? Shadow. I'm 21 forever, baby. 21 forever. I'm 21. And you know what, Resort, you're right in a way. But by helping others, you're helping yourself. And people don't realize that. Just by you being kind or doing some random act of kindness, by putting the word humanity back into the world, you're actually helping yourself lift up your spirits. Well, I was very dumb, Bigfoot. I have a hard head. A friend of mine, back in my addiction, a friend of mine said to me, because I used to do real crazy, stupid stuff. All right, all that. And he's like, a hard head makes a soft ass. Oh, yeah, I have a hard head. I still have a hard head. A little bit. But my husband loves my soft ass. Wink, wink. You know why that is, Vicky? Because I'm from Jersey. And when I speak about recovery and helping people and trying to be a light of the world and all that, I'm very passionate. Okay? And if you think, I'm going to say this, if you think I'm loud, even when I whisper, my neighbors can hear me. So if you think I'm loud, turn down your volume a little bit. Thanks, Keith. Hi, Crystal. How are you? Where are you from? $99 problems, but a rocket ain't one, right? Ah! Uh, I remember that song from Jay-Z, 99 Problems, and that takes me back. So if you're looking for ASMR, well, this is ASMR Queen style. Jeff says, after I got divorced, I did for a while. I told people, do not tell me you love me, because if you do, I never want to see you again. I find any way to push people away from me. Well, I mean, you have to find yourself, Jeff. You have to know what makes you tick. You know what I mean? And yeah, there's other fish in the sea, but like when Ed passed away 15 years ago, I honored him and by not dating anybody for a year and a half to get to know me again. You understand what I'm saying? I had to get to know me again. What did I find out about myself? That I had a lot of resentments towards people that were trying to help me. That I felt like a failure because of what happened in my addiction. I wasn't. Anyway. No, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. No, and that's it. That's the thing. All right. First of all, Jeff, I'm crazy. I'm a fun-loving crazy, and that's okay. You know? So you should be proud of yourself for that. You like to have fun with people. And I know you want to have fun with people because that's why you're here. Right? Wait, don't go. I feel restored. I feel like you went through something very traumatic with a family member. It wasn't just one, it was two. Actually, three, but. Well, alright, so restored. My parents were divorced when I was 3. Alright, so my mom and I moved with her parents, my grandparents. Alright, so when my mom went to work, they would take care of me, whatever, okay? My father was an alcoholic, but he had visitation rights. Yeah, I'm your drug, right, Amia? I'm your drug. And plus, when you go through like with rehab or you go to AA meetings or what, I'm still in counseling. And all that. So I'm still working out with things with myself. You know what I mean? And I'm very like intellectual or intuitive about other people's situations. But back to my father. My father used to take me to bars and all that. And one thing happened, and I forgave my father, by the way. And then something happened with my cousin and my great uncle and stuff. And yeah, so I think a lot of people, the reason why they do what they do, like with self-medication with the drugs and alcohol and or whatever else and stuff, is to forget about past trauma. I forgave my father. He should have been in prison now, but yeah, it's that. And I know what, but the thing is, he felt remorseful, okay? He did. Now, he wasn't like my cousin or my uncle, who just denied it. My great uncle, but my father was very remorseful and everything else, and a lot of people can't understand that, how a father could do such a thing to their daughter or whatever. But I was 7. It only happened one time. And I called my mother, and when my mom and my grandmother picked me up in New York State, my father had a gun, a shotgun, and he was going to kill us all. But right in the car, like when we ran to get to the car and stuff, right off the bat, I told my mom and my grandmother what happened. And then the next day, my mom called our minister, and then the next day after that, me, my mom, and our minister went up to the New York State Police Department to tell them what happened. Nothing came about it, you know. But I think it was kind of embarrassing when the detective said, "Well, you have to correct, you have to say the correct anatomical names for, like a penis is a penis. You can't say it, whatever, right?" Jeff says people call me that are so-called friends, and they tell me how wonderful they are and everything they own. I'm so sick of hearing it. I refuse to answer these people's phone calls, and I hate braggers. I'm not sure. Listen, this is nothing to brag about. But see, this is Facebook, and especially Facebook, it's all one-sided. It's like, oh, look at me, I have a new car. Oh, look at me, I'm on top of the World Trade Center. The Empire State Building. Oh, look at me, we bought a new house, right? Oh God. I mean, you're a little devil. I know big talkers, and I know, like, for myself, I was a big talker, but it's all about false pride. I think, listen, we've all been through a lot. That's why we're here, to help each other. That's why we're here, to show kindness and empathy and sympathy and to lift each other up. Well, at least it's not your baby pictures, Amia. Who are you talking about? Restored Are you talking to No Shoot? Yeah, all right. He's talking about thinking, well, I mean, it says, but I never said, Mom, to stop posting my bad pics as I think it makes her happy. She's proud of me, that's why, Ania. Fester Gray says, we need more people like you in the world. Picking each other up is very important. Overcoming that type of pain and sharing your story helps so many people. Thank you, Fester. How are you? Let me give you a cyber hug. I give cyber hugs out to show appreciation and love towards you. And thank you for being in the Queen's Light Brigade. Thank you, and love hug! I don't do this for the money. I don't. I do it because I see what goes on in the world with diamond eyes, meaning because I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And I see the world through diamond eyes, meaning clear eyes. I see what's going on. And I see a lot of people that are in pain, emotionally or physically. I see people lonely. I feel people are lashing out on each other because they know what's different in the world, but they can't. They can feel it, but they're just like, ugh. You understand what I'm saying? So, but I need to do something big in future to give them a respectable position among society. It's wonderful that you honor your grandmother, your mother, and your father, because a lot of people can't say that anymore. Because families are so estranged right now, just like my family's estranged from me for various reasons. Just like other people are estranged from their families for either political reasons, religion reasons, or whatever. You know what I mean? I love the Queen's Light Brigade, and a lot of people they stumble across this. They work for maybe a few minutes and they're like, oh, this is different because it's not full of negativity or anything else. It's just to uplift each other, to support each other, and to celebrate each other's milestones about recovery and all that. That's why therapy is so important, Restored. You know what I mean? He is a forgiving. He is very forgiving. You just have, because if you're not forgiving yourself about things in your past, you're going to be in that prison. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Shoot. Let me give you a cyber love hug. Cyber love hug! You know, we all make mistakes, you know, and, you know, we have to work with what we have to work with. You know what I mean? I love you too. You're not the first. You know, you're not the first person that's done that. You know, and I'm sure, you know, a lot of people regret it and, you know, that stuff. And, you know. But thank you for sharing that with us, Shoot. Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. I ain't trying to get air religious on here, though. I hope they are watching me in heaven. I hope my babies are watching in heaven for me. Rick says you can't keep the past in front of you. You have to leave it behind where it belongs. And you can't do anything about it. You know, we can't go back in time and, you know, we just have to better ourselves. Fester's like, the Lord loves us so much, he gave us free will. That comes with the good, the bad, and the ugly. The ugly cry and the insanity, just like the stream. I'm just saying, you know. All right. Hold on. Jeff is like, can someone explain why does God love people get murdered, raped, and other crimes to good people? That's one thing that bothers me. But see, there has to be a balance, because without the evil, there wouldn't be no good. You see what I mean? And God always has a purpose, whether you believe it or not. He had a purpose for me. He has a purpose for you, Jeff. He has a purpose for you, Restored. He has a purpose for you, Shoot. He has a purpose for you, Fester. We're all put on this earth for a reason, whether it be good or bad. You know what I mean? Why does he let not love? Well, once he gets your mind, he can do whatever he wants with you. From the perspective of the BRIGADE, Cheetah, God does not make people commit crimes. Instead, he gives human beings free will. And that's right. And that's what Fester said. Yeah. Thank you, Amia. I try to better myself every day by reading the Bible or to put up a Bible verse every morning. I'm not perfect, okay? I'm not calling myself a saint. God only knows. But I'm trying to better myself. You know, and I'm telling you, when I put God first in my life, okay, it's like God and then my recovery, right? And all that stuff. You wonder, right? I mean, it's like I love God. I've been close to near-death situations, so I believe in God heavily. That'll do it. That'll do it. I should never have been here in the first place because my mom had problems getting pregnant, and she had 2 miscarriages. And I shared this story once before, or a couple times before on the stream, where I came out of the embryonic sac, and they had stitched me up, so I should have been dead long ago. So I'm a miracle today, just like each and every one of you. And that was after I did what I did. Well, he is real. I just told you guys about the story with Ed and all that. You just have to be open-minded. Racers like the Miracle Girl God works in many ways. All of us that are still living, that are, we're going through our issues or struggles, we're still a miracle. Well, you know that scientists, right, are atheists, right? Because they think it's science over God. But I think Stephen Hawking was an atheist, but after a while he believed in God. And I'm live. Especially look how the world is now. It's all being played out. Yeah, the tribulation and yeah. What's right is wrong and what's wrong is right. I survived car accidents, and when I was like less than 6 months old of age, I survived when a big Amari, a big steel closet with a compact heavyweight fell on me. Thought I died. Well, that was horrific. Yeah, and hearts will grow cold. People will be lovers of themselves, families, and will break apart. Well, that's your opinion, honey. I hope you find God. Even like wars and rumors of wars and all that stuff, right? Yeah. You should, you know what? You should restore it. You should look up a channel on here called Billy Crone. He's a minister. And he talks about, like, you know, they have prophecy updates on here on YouTube. Like Jack Hibbs, Billy Crone, Tom Hughes, there's a lot of channels that will talk about it. Yeah, with the resurrection of Christ, right? The Bible is a historic document, even if it's translated in 3 languages. I mean, it's like God allows the possibility of crime because he allows freedom. And wait a minute. Where did you go? Amia, where did you go? Oh. God allows the possibility of crime because he allows freedom. He teaches righteousness, supports those who seek it, and endures that actions ultimately bear their consequences through karma. Yeah, spiritual warfare. That's why we have to have the armor of God on. You know? And that's why I think a lot of people like that were in recovery, okay, because of the pandemic and everything else, because they didn't have that connection with, say, church or meetings or whatever, they end up relapsing or overdosing or whatever because they had no connection. And so when they felt lonely, they relapsed. No,
No. Stop.
I have my beliefs on certain things when it comes to that. God gives us the freedom to choose our actions, but the freedom to choose the consequences of those actions.
Did you
Restore, let's not talk about, there's not a political channel, nothing. I know we talked about politics, like, that much, whatever, but it doesn't matter if a person's for Trump or not. On this channel, I'm talking about, okay? It all comes down to respect. I don't care if you voted for Trump or Biden. I don't care if you're Christian or not, or if you're an atheist, okay? I don't care if, you know, it doesn't matter, because right here, what's going on in this space matters. Because we're trying to uplift each other. We're not trying to be sucked into the white noise and sucked into the darkness. You know what I mean? Neither of us do. But anyway. Just like maybe I answered my own prayer, my question, why I pushed people away. The doctors gave my grandmother wrong medicine and killed her. I never been able to forgive those doctors. I lost trust. Well, that could do it, Jeff. All right, let's not talk about politics. Now, guys. Believe me, if I had another channel called Rockets Blast Off, so we can talk about politics and all this other crap and stuff, it just sucks the life out of the stream and positivity and all that. Courtney Blair says, yo, I sent you a couple. Wait, hold on. I seen you a couple of times. Love you. Be safe and love yourself. Fuck doctors who don't do right. I had my mama in a mental health ward, and they let her tie the knot in sheets. I hope you sue the psych ward in the hospital, because they're supposed to be doing what, 15-minute checks or whatever. That's right, Restored. When you get as wise as me, it's like you have to realize they're not going to come and save you. you know what, Courtney? I've had seen cases like that, you know, and they were asleep on the job. Courtney, hold on. Let me give you a hug, all right? But Courtney, I've seen and heard on the news about these places where, you know, they're supposed to be on 15-minute watch where they do head check. It's like, you know, they'll peek in the room and see if they're all right. And most of these people sleep on the job. These techs that are supposed to check on these patients and stuff. Well, I hope you I hope you're in the court system with that. I'll tell you that much. That's sad because they're just there for a paycheck. They don't care. Right. If she does, but I'm sure, you know, if it was on the news or anything. Why do you think they let some prisoners cook their own food? You know, when they're in higher ranks and stuff. You know, I've heard about that too, but oh yeah, with the court case, yeah, Courtney, yeah. Jeff, I love you. I love. There are good doctors out there, guys. There are. They're not rude. Restored. They're not. Anyway, guys, listen. I hate. Wait on. Every case, bad decision deserves a black mark. Even for good doctors, it's about learning. I know you're stating facts. Don't. I wish you well, guys, but right now it's like 4. I've been at this. We've been at this for 4 hours, and I need to rest my back and just try to unwind from this. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys being here. By supporting each other, by talking about unsavory stuff, you know, to help each other, to really suck out, you know, the white noise and to make this world a better place and stuff like that. Yeah, well, you know what? I was gonna do that on Wednesday, and it would be called Words of Wisdom Wednesday, where we actually talk about the Bible. Well, I love you too, Courtney. And I feel bad about that situation too.
One, two, three, four, five, six.
So, no, she was like, yeah, you can be our mom. We can call you ma'am. Ma'am. No, not mammy, just Queenie. Queenie or Rocket. Believe me, I'm nobody special, guys. I'm just like you guys. That's all. But I do have. Hold on. Let me. Ow, my back. God, no. Hold on. We can talk about this. All right. Hold on. Now, this is the recovery version. This is not like the King James version or whatever, but this is what I use. Now what? Courtney's like, don't even worry about it. It was 29 years ago. So rough, but I've grown through the pain and came out the other side. Way to go, Courtney! Let me ask you, what do you do for a living? I'm just curious. Do you work in the mental health system? Just like I'm a whack job. Here I am trying to tell people how to fix themselves. I can't even fix myself. I should mind my own business. Jeff, stop it. You're fine. You're good. We love you, Jeff. You do customer service. I did do end of life care for many years for my family and others. I held hands while they passed. I'm sick like that. What do you mean sick? You're not sick. You're helping your loved ones through a difficult time. No, that's not sick at all. I'll tell you one thing. I was there when my husband passed away. Okay, I couldn't because it was a huge snow blizzard and stuff. I live in Oklahoma. I had my mother in a nursing home in Jersey. I'm not gonna be there when she passes. You know what I mean? No, I wasn't there for my husband. It was a big snowstorm back in February 25th, 2011. And I wish I was there. I couldn't be because of the roads and everything. True. I still have guilt about that. Because my mother-in-law passed away in her house because she had hospice, right? And my mom is in a nursing home in Jersey, and yeah, oh well. You know, I still feel guilty about that, but and I'm gonna tell you something, Courtney. That's a powerful thing. When you're there at somebody's loved one's side right when they are about to pass or whatever. That's a powerful experience. That lives with you. I'm sure that's too deep for my understanding at this moment, but oh wow, what did your partner pass away from? If you don't mind me asking. Resource like don't like speak bad over your life. Speak life even if you don't believe it. I hope, Courtney, that you were able to not just move forward, not move on from them, but just move forward. If you know what I mean? And I don't know why. Oh my God. Streamlabs, I'm going to kill you. I was there, wiped his ass. He jokes. You said you were, you never do this, but I did because I was there. Don't worry about Streamlabs. It was COVID before COVID, right? How you doing, Jane? I'm doing Ducky. Yes, it does, Jeff. And a lot of people come on here and they don't want to hear the truth. You know what I mean? They'd rather be lied to than be told the truth. I love you too. You guys, I hate to cut this short, but it hasn't been short. It's been 4 hours. And so I love the truth. It's not the best, right? So listen, I love you all. All right, let's put the word human back into humanity. Let's do random acts of kindness and stuff like that. Let's open up a door for somebody. Okay? Or maybe take him out to pizza, or just take a walk with them, or ask a neighbor if they need something from the store. We'll pick it up for them and whatever, okay? And just be the light of the world. And don't give in to the hate and whatever, and don't fight against the hate. But it is a spiritual warfare. Fight against that kind of hate with the devil, all right? And all that stuff. But I love you. I appreciate each and every one of you and stuff. I am so proud of you guys with the Queen's Light Brigade. We are creating a movement. The Queen's Light Brigade is trying to create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness of the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. I love you guys so much. Let's spread that wildfire, okay? I love you. Mwah. There. Cyber love. Good night. God bless. Let's put the word human back in humanity. You guys rock. God bless. Good night. Take care. Be well. Be safe. Good night. Love you guys.